Testing 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Jess or Joy?
On my computer, because I thought maybe it was not just down, but it comes up.
I'll send it to you.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome. We're going to get started with the regular, I'm going to call to order the regular meeting of the Adelanto Elementary School District. It is, 5:30 p.m. It is September 23rd, 2025. We're going to get started with roll call and quorum establishment. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Krause,
Kraus present.
Trustee Webster,
Webster is on her way. She'll be here in 5 minutes, about 5 minutes.
thank you. Trustee LaFrench,
Love French present.
Trustee Stewart,
Present.
Trustee Soto.
Soto present. We have a quorum. We're going to get started with the Pledge of Allegiance, number 4. Everyone, please stand. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Awesome. Any proposed additions, deletions, and adjustments in the order of business? Ms. LeVay.
President Soto, we don't have any tonight.
Excellent. Moving on to number 2, adoption of the agenda. Trustees, I'll invite a motion at this time.
Stewart, I motion to adopt.
Is there a second?
Love French, I second.
There's a motion to adopt, seconded by Trustee LaFrench. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. LeVay. And
President Soto,
yes.
just
Thank
Trustee
you.
Webster came in at 5:32 p.m. I'll go ahead and I'll take the vote. Trustee Krause,
Aye.
Trustee Webster,
Aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
Love French, I.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion pass. All right, moving on to staff presentations. Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Soto. At this time, we have Educational Services. Dr. Valdez.
Good evening, everyone. We are so excited to hear from 3 of our school sites. Our first presentation will be for Eagle Ranch Elementary, and that will be done by Principal Jonathan Wilson. Yay! The presentations will be about the school plan for student achievement.
Good evening, Board President Soto, trustees, Dr. Walker, and Executive Cabinet. My name is Jonathan Wilson. I'm the proud principal of Eagle Ranch Elementary School. I'm very pleased to present to you tonight. I want to give a huge shout out to Mrs. Spivey, my assistant principal, who is also in attendance tonight. As I move on to the overview of my presentation, the intent is for my colleagues and I to provide a look at our single plan for student achievement, also known as a SIPSA. We will each be sharing our school demographics, current and past state test data, our data conclusions and top 3 areas of focus, our SIPSA goals, actions, and strategies, and our next steps. Our first slide is the overview of our school demographics. At Eagle Ranch, we currently have approximately 538 students, with 70.3% Hispanic, 14.9% African American, 6.1% white, 10.6% English learners, 15.8% special education students, and 3.6% foster students. This has been consistent with Eagle Ranch's enrollment through my tenure as principal. Next slide. What our staff is continuing to focus on this year is purposeful direct instruction, while concentrating on small group instruction, having objectives written on the boards in student-friendly language with real-world application of the objective when appropriate, and doing goal setting with each student so that each student can take ownership of their progress and their learning. These next slides speak to the CASPS data from the past 4 years for English language arts and math. Please keep in mind the current scores are not official, they are the preliminary results. This data tells a story, but it is only part of the story. For English language arts, our ELA scores remain very similar in comparison to last year. Our 4th and 5th grade students showed growth in either meeting and exceeding standards and or closing the achievement gap in the distance from standard. Oh, sorry. For math, overall math is an area for growth at Eagle Ranch. Our math scores slightly decreased from the 23-24 school year. However, our 4th grade students did show growth in closing the achievement gap in the distance from standard. Our next slide, okay. This slide represents our school data for our individual student groups. I'm very proud to say that our African American students and our English learner students showed growth in all areas in closing that achievement gap in the distance from standard. For our top 3 areas of focus, basic English language arts and math skills remain a top priority for all of our students. And right behind that is increasing our student attendance. We all know that if kids aren't at school, they are not learning. Excuse me. Our next slide shows our SIPSA goals and strategies for this year, which are all aligned with the district's LCAP goals. For English language arts, we did not meet our overall goal of decreasing the distance from standard, but our 4th graders met their goal and our 5th graders did show improvement in closing the achievement gap. For math, we did not meet our goal of decreasing our overall distance from standard, but our 4th graders showed growth in closing the achievement gap. I'm happy to say that our English learners met our goal and showed growth in all areas. We will continue to place an emphasis on those basic math skills and reading skills that are needed through targeted intervention, not only through after-school intervention, but intervention during the school day as well. For our special education students, I'm happy to say that we met our English language arts goal and we showed growth in our special education students meeting and exceeding standards in math. For our student engagement piece, we met our goal in dropping the chronic absenteeism rate. However, our chronic absenteeism still remains a top priority. For our parent engagement piece, I have to say that our community really shows out for Eagle Ranch. We met our goal for parent engagement and are focused more than ever to continue to involve our families and community, specifically through our Parent Square app usage. In closing, I want to thank our amazing teachers and classified staff, my assistant principal, Mrs. Spivey, our PTA, parents, and community members, and most importantly, our students for the exciting things happening at Eagle Ranch. A final thank you to the Board of Trustees and Executive Cabinet. Thank you for allowing me to present.
Thank you very much, Mr. Wilson. Our next presentation for our School Plan of Student Achievement will be from Melva Davis Academy of Excellence by Principal Kathy Yuskovich.
Good evening, President Soto, trustees, Dr. Walker, and Cabinet. I appreciate the opportunity to be able to speak here tonight. I have with me our administrative team, Jennifer Howe and Bonnie Avery, without whom none of this work would be possible. So Mr. Wilson did a fantastic job of explaining the overview tonight, so I'm going to skip over that. So when you go to our enrollment slide, our enrollment has increased this year to 857. Our demographics remain roughly the same as they have been since we opened, with 74% Hispanic, 13% African American, 3% white, 12% English learners, 18% special education, and 20% socially economically disadvantaged. So as we look at the next couple of slides, our staff does take time to look at data, and they collaborate around what they can do to help students be successful on both formative and summative assessments. So when you look at our overall language art scores, they've grown over the past 4 years, except for the small dip in 23-24, but overall they have shown growth in all areas and in all grade levels. In math, we have shown improvement over the past 4 years. Our grade levels are working very hard to plan together for continuity of instruction across the grade levels, especially in that 8th grade area where we see a little bit of a dip. So we're looking for common assessments and some other things that we'll discuss a little later. So as we look at our next slide, I'm really proud of this slide, as it shows that we are working very hard to narrow that achievement gap in all areas. It is also worth noting that our EL scores look very concerning. However, we reclassify our students as soon as they meet the criteria. So our students, once they hit that area where they can be reclassified, we do that as soon as possible. The students that are still in the EL category are our long-term English learners, which are LTELs, which means that they've been an English learner for more than 7 years. So our ELD teachers, as well as their core teachers, will work with them to make sure that they have the necessary preparation, vocabulary, and skills to be as successful as their English-only peers. So I've already noted many of the conclusions at the top, but I wanted to highlight our focus areas. So we're going to look at our math scores and our math instruction, especially in that 8th grade area. We're going to work on common assessments amongst all departments and our support and intervention block during the day, which includes ELD. So I would like to briefly highlight some of the areas of our SIPSA. So, and when we look at the first 3 goals, they're the same as Mr. Wilson's. So we met our SIPSA goal for language arts. We will continue to monitor and refine instruction and assessment as needed. We made growth in math, but we did fall short of meeting our goal. The team is working again on common assessments to ensure that instruction is consistent across all departments. Our English learners receive ELD daily, and they're monitored by the EL coordinator and their teachers. Our final 3 goals address special education, student engagement, and parent, family, and community engagement. Our special education students are included in all campus activities. Our attendance clerk and Mrs. Avery monitor our attendance weekly. We call home and provide incentives monthly for the highest attendance. 6th grade won last month, and they got a ramen party for lunch. Parent engagement is something that we're always trying to improve. We have our annual Steam Scream event on October 29th, and our parents recently hosted a food truck night where we had 6 food trucks and vendors in our parking lot serving our families in the community. It was very well attended and a fundraiser for our 8th graders. In conclusion, I want to thank the board and cabinet for all of their support. We could not do anything without you. Last but certainly not least, I want to thank our staff, some of whom are here tonight. They are the best. Their grit and determination that they show is what makes us so special. We are truly blessed to work with such great people. Thank you for allowing me to share this evening.
Thank you, Ms. Yuskovic. And our third presentation for Morgan Kincaid Elementary School will be by Principal Kristen Cooper.
You can tell I have a lot of staff out here. Just my fan club. Good evening, President Soto, trustees, Dr. Walker, and cabinet. Thank you. Sorry. Good evening, President Soto, trustees, Dr. Walker, and cabinet. Thank you for this opportunity to share with you a quick synopsis of our work at Morgan Kincaid. I'd like to begin with a special thanks to my assistant principal, Ms. Norwood, and our dedicated classified and certificated staff for all their hard work at Morgan Kincaid. Up here, you can see our demographics. There's our current enrollment of 678. Our demographics have remained pretty consistent over the years, with our highest population being our Hispanic and African American populations. Then you can see our EL breakdown and special ed and foster breakdown there as well. We are an AVID school as well as a Platinum PBIS school. We did just finish 2 years of our CAISP grant program, which focused on building cultural proficiency. Here you can see our slides of our data. So this slide shows our progress of CASP over the last 4 years, with this year showing a slight increase in ELA overall and in all grade levels. The next slide shows our math scores that remain steady, but you can see our largest growth was in 5th grade, with an increase from 7% of students meeting or exceeding standards up to 14%. So we're pretty proud of that 5th grade growth there. This shows our student groups. So we also had growth in all student groups last year in both language arts and math, with the exception of a small decline for our African American students in math, but that was after they had made a large growth the previous year. So there was a slight dip. We did have a slight increase in science as well. So our data conclusions, again, was that our growth in ELA, with all subgroups showing growth in ELA. And our largest growth made by the EL subgroup, from 4% to 17% meeting or exceeding standards. Again, that 5th grade math growth there. And students growing in science as well. Our top 3 areas of focus will be doing our after-school intervention using research-based materials for math, and continuing our within-the-day interventions in blended learning with station rotation for ELA. We'll be having focused collaboration using data to monitor the growth to ensure the effectiveness of our interventions. for all subgroups. Our grade levels have chosen aligned data points that all teachers will be using the same data. So at their monthly collaboration, they could be checking that data, checking for growth, not just in iReady, but in fluency passages, word lists, fact fluency, chapter math test, just all sorts of common data so that we have multiple data points to be looking at. So here's our SIPSA goals and strategies. Those are in alignment with what we've been discussing, with AVID supporting our work and our math intervention groups. Our EL students will be monitored for their growth and making sure they're receiving their ELD instruction. Our special ed students will be receiving the supports that they need in mainstream throughout the day. Our student engagement, our chronic absenteeism continues to decline but remains an area of focus. We'll be striving to meet those 95% attendance goals with the rest of the district. We have a fabulous PTSA that encourages community involvement. So we keep our parents informed through Parent Square and social media pages and encourage them to come on campus and participate in all our events. So we are very thankful for our community and our PTSA and all of our parent events. So with that, a big thank you again to our staff and for your support, cabinet and trustees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cooper.
All right, you guys, we're going to open up for any questions. Thank you for your presentation. Clerk Hire.
I'll make mine brief. I just want to thank all three of you for being here and presenting tonight. Sounds like some amazing things are going on at each school, and I look forward to visiting you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee LaFrench.
Okay, so that was very fast. I said, I don't know how the three of you got picked together, but I will say a few things, though. I'll say that for Cooper and Jonathan, right, along with Kathy, you know, it's interesting that, you know, I've been on this board, I think about 7 long years now, and to watch the growth and the way that you guys are able to articulate your schools from the beginning till now, it is very inspirational to be able to hear you guys talk now, how you just rattle off, you know, about your schools and how you don't need your little flashcards and this, that, and other, and don't need to read a little bit, Jonathan, but, you know, you got it down. You are able to do it, you know, and of course, you know, Kathy, you've always been able to, you know, hold Melva, you know, at high standards that, you know, I just appreciate listening to you guys. And of course, I'm one of those fans for Morgan, you know, for Cooper. But I enjoy listening to you guys. And I can hear, you know, even though I knew that when you held up 3, right, I already knew that you guys were going to come through here and go really, really fast. So I'm going to spend more time than you guys spent. But I am proud of the 3 of you. And I enjoy listening to you. I do. So I'm going to stop. Thank you for your presentations. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Stewart.
Well, since she took up all the time, I can't say anything anymore. No, I do appreciate the direction the schools are going in throughout the 7 long years we've been here. I've just seen growth, and then being able to visit the schools and see the work on the wall and Fun Friday at Eagle Ranch, I'm sorry, was the best. It was the cutest thing. I did not want to leave, but I just am so proud of our schools and the work that you are doing with the kids. And I thank you so much for all you do for our kids, because they deserve it. So thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Kraus.
Yes, thank you, President Soto. I just wanted to say thank you for everyone that presented this evening and also presenting the data. Looking at the data gives everyone an opportunity to see where our strengths and weaknesses are and to continuously improve. And so I was excited to see the data in all of these presentations and hear about how we're moving forward to support our staff and students. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Trustee Kraus. It's a little faint. We'll work on it, but we did hear you. I heard what you said. I just want to say thank you for your presentations. Thank you for being here, and thank you for respecting the 5 to 7 minute presentation. You guys did great. Thank you. Moving on to number 2, presentations from the Special Education Department. Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Soto. At this time, we are going to have a presentation by our special ed department, Dr. Best.
Yes.
I should have let Mr. Shiflett do that.
Is it the red one? Okay, sorry. Good evening, President Soto, the Board of Education's Dr. Walker, and cabinet members. I'm excited tonight to be able to give some special education updates, and I'm excited because this is probably the first time ever for the district. So it's really exciting to be here with you guys. All right. Okay. So the first thing that I wanted to discuss tonight was the reduction of over-identification. So we had FICMAT in 2016, and when we got FICMAT done, it was a very exciting time for the district. We found out that we had 17.9% of students that were being over-identified. So at the time, the state was about 13%, and we were coming in at 17.9 in 2016. Currently, we are at 15.2% of students for the state that are on IEPs. And what that looks like is for the state, it's about 13%. What is the danger zone is 18 to 20. So we are well underneath that, and we are not over-identifying students at this time. We also have practices in place that we are making sure that all students are going through the right process for their evaluations. The next thing I would like to speak about is our paraprofessionals, our one-on-ones. Speaking about that, so in 2016, the report stated that we had 125 one-on-one paraprofessionals. We are currently at 30 for the district, so we went drastically down on that. We need to really focus on, as a team, our admin, our teachers, our paras, our community, everyone involved, that we want to make these students be able to be independent as possible. So we're trying to foster those practices so that they can do the things themselves. And one-on-ones are important. However, we are working on independency. So that's something that we're doing by aligning those supports for our students. The next thing I'd like to discuss is our county program and outsourced services. So these are our students that we do not have those programs in place to support their needs because their needs are greater than what our district can offer. So those students go to county programs. After county programs, if the student is not successful in that, they then go to a non-public school. If a student isn't successful with that, then they go to a residential program that is usually out of state, and they do not live with their families. So it is our goal to make sure that we're doing all that we can and supporting them so that they can stay with us and not have to go to the next step as county as well. So that's something that we're working on, but we do outsource for that. Also, the other area that we outsource for is our speech language pathologist. The purpose of that is that we don't have any, there's a shortage statewide, and we don't have any qualified people coming to our district. It's not just our district, this is SELPA-wide. So everyone is using virtual for the time being, but do not think that we are not trying to pull in people for our speech language pathologists, because we want them back. So we currently outsource 6.9 out of our budget. So the next area I'd like to talk about is the positive things, because there are a lot of positive things with our special education department. So one of the things that we worked as a team when school started last year and even this year is making sure we still are not over-identifying. So by doing that, all of our school psychologists are on campuses. They used to be housed up here at the district office. That's not effective, because not only do our school psychs have the ability to counsel students that are having struggles, they can also make sure they're there to go through their SST processes, which are the student study teams that our amazing gen ed staff will look at our students and they'll think, you know, this person, this kiddo needs help. They're struggling with this, and that the SLP and the school psych will be there at those meetings with the teachers and the parents. They'll discuss different strategies and collect that data and make sure we're doing all we can prior to assessing them for special education. So that's something that we're working on. And I am so excited. This year, this is huge. We were able to add 10 new special education programs in our district. This is huge because we haven't had this in a long time. By doing that, we were able to pull back 127 students of ours that would be going to county because we have no place for them here. There wasn't any classrooms, there weren't any teachers, there weren't any supports. So we were able to pull them back. And what's exciting about this is our next school year, when we look at our ADA, we're going to be able to put back $3.7 million in our pockets by keeping our students with us where they should be. So this is a really big, exciting thing for us. Another few things I would like to discuss is what we are doing as a special education department. We have over 20 family engagement events throughout the year. We do IEP empowerments to teach our parents about IEPs, because so many times when their child's identified, they sit in the meeting and they're trying to process what's going on. And we want them to be prepared. They are the student's advocate. We want them to know what's going on with it. So we do have those family engagements. Ms. Perez, my coordinator, myself, and Mr. Harper, our APE, recently, thank you to everyone who allowed us to do this, we became CPI trainers, which is our crisis prevention intervention, and that's how we can learn how to help those students that are struggling with maintaining appropriate behaviors on campuses. And so our goal is to train all staff members that are willing to be trained. And this is huge for us because we used to have to outsource this to the SELPA. And so now we're able to do it ourselves. And we're also working on our due process prevention trainings, because we've had a few of those and they need to stop. And so we've got to learn from the things that we weren't doing always the correct way. And by doing that, we can empower each other and learn from what we did that wasn't always correct. And another thing that I've been really excited to learn about is exploring a preschool expansion program for our district. Our district doesn't have one, and we've been doing a lot of research with it. We currently have 85 students of ours that are in the preschool program that we pay for. And if we could pull them back and possibly create our own, if that's a possibility, annually from the 85 students that are just currently under IEPs, that's $425,000 we could pull back into the district. However, if we could open it up for all students, we could get anywhere from $1.9 to $2.5 million back into our pockets after the FTEs and making sure that our students would get those supports. So it's something that we're looking into, and hopefully we can explore that later on. And then I just wanted to thank the Board of Education, President Soto, Dr. Walker, and Cabinet, and our district leadership, our amazing teachers, our amazing families and community members, and most importantly, our students. That this is why we're here. And we're remaining focused on doing what's best for kids. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to share tonight.
Thank you. We'll open it up for questions. Trustee Kraus?
Just want to thank you for the presentation. No questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Stewart. Excuse me.
Yeah, I know we look alike, right? No, just kidding. I want to thank you for clearing it up because we did hear some stuff at the last meeting. And one of your counselors emailed us with a lot of information. So I appreciate his diligence. So I think that we're going in the right direction with SPED, and I have full confidence in you.
Thank you.
And your team. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee the French.
No, I don't have any questions at this time. I'll save my questions because they'll be way too long talking about the preschooler. So I do have questions about that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Geyer.
Quickly, I do want to say thank you so much for being here presenting. I think this is the first presentation from SPED that I've gotten since I've been on the board. So I do really appreciate the great work that you guys are doing over there. It does sound like you guys are making great strides, and I look forward to seeing what more comes out of that department. Thank you.
I just wanted to thank you for your presentation, for being the first presentation. You did excellent. I think the information that was shared, or I know the information that was shared to the board was very helpful. The fact that you guys at the SPED department under your leadership is actually looking to bring back money to the district by making sure that our students have the resources, for example, a preschool expansion program. I know this will be helpful, and I appreciate you sharing all the work that you guys are doing. Thank you for your time, and you're done.
Thank you.
It's done. All right, moving on to the next presentation, community schools. Dr. Walker.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to take a moment and thank the special ed department. When I came to them and said, I'd like for you to do a presentation, this is not the last. The goal is that they're able to do a presentation at least 3 times during the school year and going forward. At the end of the day, we want to make sure that the community is informed about the things that we're doing. When we decided last year in cabinet to bring back 127 students that were a part of the county program, that was intentional. Our students need to be here, and if we can provide the services, then that's what we would like to make sure that we're doing. And that would be the same case for the preschool. We have the space, let's bring our babies back. That's our objective. So thank you so much. Next, we have information technology that we'll be presenting next. And that is?
Thank you, Dr. Walker. I'd like to introduce our Director of Instructional Technology, Mr. Anthony Sinatra, who will be giving us a technology services update.
So thanks for inviting me up here tonight. I'm excited to give you a quick snapshot on where we are today, where we've come from, and a brief glimpse on where we plan on going in technology in Adelanto Elementary School District. I'm Anthony Sinatra, Director of IT, and I want to quickly introduce you to my team. We're a team of 10. We support over 20,000 devices in this district, 7,500 users, 14 school sites, plus the district office. So when I stepped into the leadership role here at Adelanto, our district was not in great shape. We experienced daily email outages to the point where I would show up early, make sure our email server was running, just to make sure that we had business communications going. Our Active Directory server was failing. We had trouble logging in. Our computers were slow. We would have consistent internet issues, and I would mean complete outages where the district office and all of our sites would go down for a full day at times. Our firewall was wide open for outgoing traffic. We were not in a good stance security-wise, and we had no backup. So we were really a ticking time bomb just waiting to go off. In the past 3 years, we've done a few things to help remedy those solutions or issues. We offloaded our mission critical services to the cloud. So we moved from an on-premise email server to Gmail. That ensured that our business communications would continue uninterrupted even in the event of a power failure, an internet outage, anything that hit us. We've also recently moved our student information system AESD to the cloud so that we can also continue to rely on that in a case of emergency. If we ever need to do any reunification, we have that information regardless on what our state is here in the high desert. We've updated our domain controller on all of our servers so that they're on a updated version of Windows that is currently still supported and keeps us a little bit safer from the security risks that come from an outdated system. We've also implemented asset tracking so that we can track the technology we deploy in the district. And we've updated our help desk system so that we created a frictionless way to communicate our technology needs with the staff and students. So for a long time, Adelanto had what's called a flat network. And what that means is that the network has no VLANs to segment the traffic. That is the same thing as driving on a road with no lanes, no signs, no direction on where the traffic to flow. So last year in December 2024, we kind of hit critical mass and the perfect storm happened where our internet slowed to a crawl and some users were able to access it, some weren't, but it was very inconsistent. We needed to do something about that. So over the summer, we performed a huge network overhaul. It was a two-pronged approach. One included reprogramming all of our switches in the district to provide a consistent code set so that we can add those lanes to the highway. We also added freeways, so to speak, to come to the district office to help improve the traffic flow from our school sites to the internet. The switch programming had to be done to help improve our Wi-Fi as well. So soon at the end of summer and currently going on now, we're doing an access point refresh to improve our Wi-Fi. The issue with this is that we have to do it as a district-wide implementation, and the new equipment does not work with the old equipment. So we have to move very quickly through this implementation, and of course, when you move quick, there's things to iron out afterwards. So we're currently still working on ironing out some of the rough edges, but we're nearly done on identifying all those issues. So this is a quick snapshot on where we are today. These are three things that we need to fill to create a strong foundation for our network. We have our network switching. We have over 100 switches that have been upgraded to modern switches, but we still have 150 or more that need to be replaced with something within this decade. However, at least all the code is cleaned up. So the code's no longer going to be the issue, it's going to be hardware. Our wireless access points are state of the art. We just need to finish streamlining the configuration so that they perform to the specs that they're supposed to perform at. There's still a few pockets we're working on, but in general, a lot of them are improvements. And then we have our fiber optics. Our fiber optics is the backbone of our network, and all of our point-to-points from the school to the district office and out run at 10 gigabit. However, at all of our sites, we are running extremely old fiber that really needs to be updated. And quite frankly, some of the wings, I'm surprised that they are online with what we have. So to remedy some of these, we have a path to move forward. And one is to develop a strong technology plan with some of our partners. This technology plan will be a 5-year plan that will act as a blueprint to make sure that Adelanto remains up to date with our technology needs. And it's going to involve an additional audit, not just hardware, but also our systems, our cybersecurity, everything dealing with our network and our computers, as well as performing a needs assessment to see where we need to move forward with. We have a lot of that information from some groups that we work with, like such as SITE, and that helps us collaborate with other districts to find a benchmark that we should hit. We also are performing a lot of equipment upgrades. While our wireless is a state of the art, what's holding it back is our switches. Our switches haven't been updated in over a decade like our Wi-Fi was. So our current plans are to continue leveraging our federal funds such as E-rate to continue upgrading these switches. And like I mentioned, we have over 150 still. We have less than half the district upgraded to modern switches. And also our goal moving forward is to make sure that our projects they don't need to be district-wide. So we don't have to rush through them like we have the Wi-Fi project. One of our big goals is to systematically approach our updates and our upgrades so that we can perform them at individual campuses before moving forward, because we should be proactive and not reactive, and we shouldn't be experiencing outages when we do these upgrades. So I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to give you the snapshot of where technology is. I'm excited to moving forward with the 5-year plan. President Soto, trustees, Dr. Walker, and cabinet, I really appreciate you giving me this opportunity.
Thank you. Trustee LaFrench, any questions or comments?
I don't have any questions, but I do like the pictures and the illustrations because technology is not a strong point for me, but I do understand traffic. Thank you.
Yes, and that's the hard part with technology is when you're in the industry, it makes sense, but I know to everybody else it's Greek.
Right.
So, yeah.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Thank you, Trustee Stewart.
Well, I was going to say about the lanes and the highway. I appreciate that you dumbed it down for me because again, I don't get technology. I just click OK. That's all I know to do. Thank you.
Trustee Kraus.
Yes, thank you, President Soto. Mr. Sinatra, thank you for your presentation and the detailed information. I appreciate all the work you and your team do, and I know you're probably aware our sites are having some internet issues, and so I appreciate that you and your staff are being very proactive. You put in there proactive versus reactive on that, and so I appreciate your diligence in helping our sites get up to speed with their internet. And again, thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to say as well, echo the sentiments of my colleagues. Appreciate the work, respect the work. We absolutely need to get on top of that Wi-Fi. We're in the 21st century, so I really appreciate you presenting today and being here today.
Thanks again.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
All right. All right, that was my mistake. Now we're going to community schools. Dr. Walker.
Thank you, President Soto. And again, I just want to reiterate how important it is that the community understands the work that's happening behind the scenes and what we started with when it comes to our technology. He will be coming back and giving another report as well over the next 3 months so that you can know the things that we are continuing to do to bring us up to the 21st century when it comes to technology. We hear you, and we are working hard behind the scenes to make sure that internet is accessible to everyone in our district. And with that, we're going to move forward with our next presentation of Community Schools Project, the Wellness Center at Braddock, presented by Dr. Valdez, our Assistant Superintendent Services, and Mr. McAlpin, our Consultant for Business Services.
Good evening, President Soto, trustees, Superintendent Walker, and cabinet members. Mr. McAlpin and I are here to present to you tonight about our community school project at Braddock Elementary, the Wellness Center. Okay. In the spring of 2024, a community schools grant was of $1,425,000 was awarded to Braddock Elementary School so that they can build a wellness center at their school site. The purpose of the community school at Braddock Elementary is to remove the barriers to learning by addressing the physical, emotional, and social needs of students and families, both inside and outside of the classroom. Currently with the grant, clerical staff has been hired to support the implementation of the community schools grant. A physical space has been identified for the location of the community schools grant hub on the Braddock campus, and an implementation timeline that needs to still be updated together with the staff and the principal at Braddock Elementary has been drafted. With the implementation and the physical space, we are now in phase 3. Phase 1 was the planning and feasibility of the actual building of the community schools hub on the Braddock campus. Phase 2 was the design development. And now currently in Phase 3, we're approaching approvals and bidding for the actual building of the community schools hub at Braddock Elementary. In addition to that, there is still a significant balance of the community schools grant.
Good evening, Board of Trustees, Cabinet, staff, and community. Just to talk about the numbers, if you will, for the 24-25 year, as Dr. Valdez mentioned, the district received the dollars, the $1.425 million in November of 2024. Last year, the expenses that were done were $8,500 were spent on branding materials and then the overall drawings of the design, what the building is going to look like from the outside, from the inside, just overall renderings of what the building would look like. So that was $8,500. And then the indirect costs for the year were charged toward those expenses of $587. So the total for the year, for the 24-25 year that just ended, the total amount spent was $9,087.35. So that leaves an ending balance for the 24-25 year of $1.415 million. So that money is still there. That ending balance becomes then the beginning fund balance. So the district has that money still to spend. So for the 25-26 year, and also to kind of ease concerns about the question about the $11,000, the district budgeted $239,743 for the community school budget for 25-26. Now that is a liquid number, if you will. That does not mean that the 1.415 is not there at all. It absolutely is. What it is just representing is that, as Dr. Valdez mentioned, there's still decisions about how what the numbers are going to be used for. So out of the 239, that is the amount that has been documented in terms of the budget. So where the $11,000 comment came from was the district has 239 budgeted, and then so far for expenses for salaries and some computer and technology equipment that has been spent, the encumbrances are included with that. Encumbrances is just kind of an accounting word, if you will, of saying that's how much money is potentially going to be spent for the year. So the 239, then minus the dollars that have been spent and the encumbrances that will potentially be occurring this year, that is where the $11,000 question kind of came from, if that makes sense and maybe eases some concerns. So again, the full budget is still there for this grant for the 25-26 year. One other comment, if I may make, as I finalize the overall numbers, this district is considered a fund balance, this grant is a fund balance grant, which means that the revenue, the $1.425 million that the district received, that is only shown in the year that it was received in. So for 25-26, that 1.4 number, you will not see it on another budget report. And that is just, again, that's kind of accounting speak, if you will, of how the numbers are represented. So I hope that eases some concerns and also shows what has been spent and what the path going forward is going to be with the dollars.
Thank you, Mr. McAlpin. Now, next steps for the implementation timeline of the Wellness Center at Braddock Elementary. First is we're going to revamp and revisit our team that's going to lead the work. It's basically a group made up of staff, parents, and community members that will be formed to help guide the planning and decisions that are yet to come of the community school, the Wellness Center at Braddock. We want to make sure that everyone's voice is heard and included in these decisions. The principal at Braddock Elementary, Ms. Valencia, and I will be working together to ensure the updated timeline for the implementation is adhered to and as soon as possible. We will be conducting a comprehensive needs and assets assessment, basically to the state. What have we done? What resources do we have in place? And what are the next decisions that need to be made towards family engagement needs in the community? And then finally, we're going to just plan and start small so that we don't have to wait until the building is completed, the hub. We have parent engagements, workshops, after school programs for students, health resources, partnerships with the community that already have been underway at Braddock Elementary with Ms. Valencia and her team for the Wellness Center as well as the school site overall. So I'd just like to conclude by saying thank you to Ms. Valencia and her assistant principal and, Ms. Valenzuela and her team for writing this grant and these resources that are obtained for the Wellness Center, because they did it with the intent, the best of intentions, which is their students at Braddock Elementary. Thank you.
Clerk Kyer, any discussion, comments, questions?
Not at this time. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Trustee LaFrench?
Thank you for that presentation.
Trustee Kraus?
Thank you for the presentation update on the community schools. Thank you.
Trustee Stewart?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Just thank you for your presentation, and it was pretty informative in terms of the budget and how much money is going to be allocated to the community school. Thank you for your presentation. You're all set.
Thank you.
Dr. Walker wanted to add a comment. Dr. Walker?
Thank you, President Soto. I want to thank my team for presenting information about the community schools grant and the steps that we're taking to move the grant forward and really follow through with all the components of developing a wellness center at Braddock. And so again, they will be coming back and presenting more information as time progresses and the project moves to the next level. With that, thank you both.
Thank you. Moving on to number 4, closed session declarations. Ms. LeVay, we will be taking items 2 to 5 into closed session. Ms. LeVay, do we have any speakers?
President Soto, do you want to read the?
Yes. Okay. Do we have the sheet? We usually have it on the dais. Is it on the agenda at least? Yeah, we don't have it. Let me look at the agenda and see if it's on there. Thank you. Clerk Kyer, would you mind reading the public comment period for closed session, please?
Yes, sir. The public comment period is administered by state law and is the point in the meeting set aside for members of the public to share their opinions with the board. Open meeting laws do not permit the board to engage in dialogue or answer questions. Any person who wishes to address the governing board on closed session agenda items only must complete and submit AESD speaker request form 5 minutes before the meeting is called to order. Public comments will only be taken on agenda items during the discussion of those items. The board values public comments, and although the Board of Trustees cannot take action or discuss items not on the agenda, the Board of Trustees listens carefully and appreciates input from the public. Additionally, a public speaker can be cut off for exceeding the allotted time or for willfully causing an actual disruption to the meeting. Before cutting a person off or removing someone, the board will give at least one clear warning. If you were cut off or warned last time, please consider that your warning. Individual speakers are allowed 3 minutes to address the board on each closed session agenda item. The board limits the total time for public input on each item to 20 minutes. With board consent, the president may increase or decrease the time allowed for public presentation, depending on the topic and the number of persons wishing to be heard. The president may take a poll of speakers for or against a particular issue and may ask that additional persons speak only if they have something new to add.
Excellent. Thank you, Clerk Kyer. Ms. LeVay, do we have any speakers?
President Soto, we call on Jennifer Rader.
Good evening and thank you. Superintendent Dr. Walker, President Soto, Cabinet, and Board of Trustees. Good evening. Tonight I speak not only for myself, but for every educator in this district, certificated and classified, who have been working without a contract for 450 days. 450 days. Think about that. That's more than a school year of uncertainty, more than a school year of waiting, More than a school year of giving our best to students while not knowing if this district will give its best to us. Let me share with you what that feels like. For some, it means choosing between paying for medication or putting groceries on the table. For others, it means watching their children get sick and wondering how much of the doctor's bill they'll be forced to shoulder because our healthcare is not fully funded. For all of us, it means carrying a heavy weight of financial stress into our classrooms every single day. Our school site budgets have been slashed. We don't have, the spending is either frozen or not there to be spent. And most school sites are struggling with ink shortages, paper shortages, and everything's coming to a screeching halt. And we wonder why. We know the money is there. We know this district can afford to fund our health care. And yet here we are, 450 days later, 62 weeks, 15 months, still waiting. Last year's state-funded cost of living adjustment was 1.07%. That COLA was not a gift. It was not a bonus. It was intended to help educators keep pace with inflation with the rising cost of rent, gas, food, of life. But the district has treated it as a one-time payout instead of what it is meant to be, an ongoing adjustment. Let me ask you, does inflation stop after a single year? Do prices roll back just because the calendar turns? No, and neither should our COLA. Our staff are not asking for extravagance. We are asking for dignity. We are asking for fairness. We are asking for what has already been allocated to us. And this is not just about the educators. When teachers are distracted by how to cover their medical bills, students feel it. When paraprofessionals are exhausted from working second jobs just to make ends meet, students feel it. When we feel devalued, unsupported, and disrespected by our own district, students feel it. Every decision you make at this table ripples into our classrooms. When you delay, it is not only teachers who suffer, it is the children of this community. We love our students. We will always show up for them. We have proven that for 450 days. But our commitment cannot continue to be taken for granted. So tonight I stand here and I say, enough is enough. Settle this contract. Fund our health care. Honor COLA as ongoing as it was meant to be. Do the right thing. Not next month, not after another round of stalling, but now. This board has a choice. You can continue to let this contract drag on and watch morale erode, or you can demonstrate real leadership and show your people and this community that you value education enough to invest in it. We have waited 450 days. We will not wait quietly anymore. Our teachers are watching, our students are watching, and our community is watching. It's time. Settle the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Ms. LeVay?
President Soto, the board calls on Diane Lin.
Good evening, President Soto, trustees, Dr. Walker, cabinet, classified staff, certificated staff, and all others present and on YouTube. I would like you to imagine having a 3-hour job. Then the excitement when you interview and now have a 6-hour daily job with full benefits. Then you receive your first paycheck, totally shocked. Because of the deduction of health insurance, your check is almost the same as a 3-hour job. Over $400 per month for health insurance was deducted. Our members are the lowest paid in the high desert, as you will see with the Ewing report. With that being said, we have 10 paraprofessionals that have resigned starting from April to date. That's not counting retirements. We also have 5 bus aides that resigned and 5 CNS employees during this time and also a few proctors. Are we the training district for the entire high desert? First of all, this is not what our students need. They need consistency. plus qualified, experienced staff. This is not cost effective for our district. With the show of hands, right here in this room, how many of you in the audience have been employed here for AESD for 10 years or more? How many of you can double that? 20 or more. Yes, you, the trustees, and the cabinet have the authority to do the right thing and give us all the dignity we truly deserve by settling our negotiations. For last year, with better than 1% off schedule, and at least have one insurance fully covered. Is that what our legacy is? A revolving door? Please stop this nonsense and do the right thing.
Thank you. Any other speakers, Ms. LeVay?
President Soto, the board calls on Sophia Miranda.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Sophia Miranda, and I am an intern teacher at Mesa Linda Middle School. Interns are generally advised not to speak at board meetings because we're untenured and we're at-will employees. That being said, I feel comfortable and confident speaking before you because I believe in our district. Up until this year, I made under the income threshold for poverty level in the state of California with my family size. I'm a single mother of 2 children with sole custody, one of which attends a school in our district, the other who is not yet of school age. This year, I received a step increase, and this increase put me over the threshold for the state and disqualified me from Medi-Cal along with my children. This year, I will have to start paying a minimum of $256 per month, and that's not including copays. The increase that I got between year 1 and year 2 was $2,206, and this equates to $183.83 per month. My raise is now costing me an additional $73 a month. On average, I work 10 hours per day. 7 in the classroom, 30 minutes per subject for 4 subjects, lesson planning, an additional 1 hour for grading, parent communication, and adjunct duties. Since I'm paid yearly, a first-year teacher starting salary is $65,646. Divide this by 365 days because it's salary, not hourly work, and we are always on call. You get $179.86 per day, or a breakdown of $17.98 an hour. Let me be clear, one day last week I worked significantly over the 10, and I've had parent contact between midnight and 3 a.m. multiple times. We often work far beyond those 10 hours, but this should help account for the summer months. You may say teachers get a lot of time off, and while this is true, our salary is spread over 12 months. Now we're being asked to complete 7 target solutions that weren't written into our contract, and by the district's own estimates, they should take about an hour each. Now imagine somebody asked you to do 7 hours worth of work for free when you're making beneath California state minimum wage when you break it down. Now imagine again they're asking you to pay for your own health care, which neighboring districts don't have to do. With my education, I currently make $72,067 per year, not including my stipend, for additional duties. With a master's degree, $19.74 is what my hourly rate would be. Remember, insurance is $256 per month. My raise equates to negative $876 per year. The district asks us to give more. We're constantly tasked with additional professional duties without the promise of extra pay. And where does it end? I want to remain at my school site. I want to give our students experiences they deserve, but I also need to ensure I can provide for my family. The fact that I lose $2.40 per day due to my raise should raise enough questions to reconsider paying for our health care. We talk about outcomes for our students. I am a product of Adelanto Elementary School District. I attended Mesa Linda Middle School where I teach. I am a product of my environment and I'm proud to be here. Are we still concerned about my outcome?
Thank you. Any other speakers, Ms. LeVay?
President, the board calls on Jason Turkhurst.
All right. Good evening, President Soto, Superintendent Walker, cabinet members, board members. My name is Jason Turkers. I'm Labor Relations Representative for CSEA. Wow. Thanks for putting me after her. That was really good. But there's so many things I don't know where to start tonight. You know, once again, we're here, and we're here because we're being told as board members, you are only authorizing the district to negotiate for one-time funds. So we're here to speak to you because that's what we're being told. I don't know if you guys, last meeting you got the unaudited actuals report, and I hope all of you board members looked at that very closely because I did. And did you realize as board members how many things were changed in the 25-26 budget compared to what you approved back in June? There's a lot of things that were changed. I hope you went through as board members and looked at those. One thing that stood out to me is that this district is spending $19 million on consultants. You know what the joke amongst the employees that work at school districts is? Because I used to work at a school district before I went to work for CSEA. Is while the classified and certificated are told just do the job, don't worry, once you're in management, you don't really have to do it because the district will just hire a consultant to do it for you. And that's what looks like's happening here. $19 million on consultants. Just cut out some of those consultants and you can cover what we're asking for. We're not talking about taking away from the students. We're trying to add to the students by having the employees here. You know, last year, this board approved the district to spend $1.5 million on a consultant to take away classified jobs. Now, we've already filed an unfair about that. You'll hear more about that when we're at PERB with that. But this district is still using consultants to do classified jobs. They're using the SELPA. These people have, I don't care what any of them tell you, ask them to see the documents that I filed with PERB. You will see that these people that they're bringing in have no more qualifications. I think they have less than the paraeducators that we currently have. And that's sad that you're bringing in. And why do I think that is? Is because you can't get the pairs at what you're willing to pay them. See it? You guys authorized a compensation study for the classified employees. Asked to see it because we've asked and we can't get it. I wonder why that is. I know what it'll tell you. It's very obvious. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Ms. LeVay.
President Soto, the board calls on Jack Banks.
Good evening. Good evening, board members, trustees, cabinet member, President Soto. When I started here, this was a small room, almost like a house. You knew everybody when you walked in the office. It was like family. Everyone knew everyone. Most everyone working in the office had worked here 25 or 30 years, plus years. The superintendent would call several districts throughout the state. He would call on a landline. He'd dial districts in the school districts in the high desert. Why? To find comparable salaries. What were they paying their teachers? What was the salary schedule? He would call districts in Northern California, in Southern California, in rich districts, in middle class districts, in poor districts. He wanted to know what the salaries were. He'd find the highest salary, and then he'd offer the highest comparable salary possible here from the get-go. Teachers migrated from other school districts to come here. There's several teachers that are still working here from that migration. I just talked to one this week, and she's been here 27 years. She came because she had a better offer here than in Hesperia district. Negotiations would conclude in the current year during this, with the superintendent for 30 years in the current year. If it went a little past the current year, the negotiation would end by the summer. There was never a 15-month negotiation without a contract. The contracts were done that year. Now we have reverse migration. We have high turnover, less competitive salaries, teachers leaving here after a short time, negotiations that drag on and on and on and become quite derisive and not decisive. We can do better. We have to do better. We need to try harder. Let's stay ahead of the curve. We can stay ahead of the curve by offering competitive salaries from the start. The good thing is that you don't have to use a landline to do it.
Next speaker, please.
President Soto, the board calls on Wyatt Reese.
Good evening, Dr. Walker, President Soto, board, cabinet, and all the attended staff and community members who are here today. I am here both as a proud teacher in this district and as a member of the community as of this summer, having moved to Adelanto to be able to participate more in our community. To ask the board to settle a fair contract with both classified and certificated staff. 15 months without a contract is too long. I can't speak on the classified side, but certificated, the average annual step increase is between $2,200 and $2,500 for the year. This, when we have an increase in healthcare costs for maintaining a Kaiser plan of going from being fully covered by the district to $507 per month, means we are losing money by staying in this district. This annual step increase is meant to recognize the term of service, recognize the commitment to the district, and recognize the valuable experience that comes with serving in the district. And yet we don't feel appreciated when we can't even afford healthcare. Any organization is only as strong as the staff that makes it up. Our ability to thrive, that's the big message right now, is Thrive 2030. We cannot thrive if our classified and certificated staff cannot survive. We cannot thrive if we do not get the funds we need to make ends meet, to live in the community, and to be able to afford health coverage to make sure we are healthy. Those of us on the front lines with the students, the teachers, paras, clerks, health clerks, nutrition services, bus drivers, and all other that I am sure I'm forgetting several of, custodians and every other classification. We cannot properly serve and provide for the students if we are not properly provided for ourselves. The foundation of this district is cracked currently. We need to repair that trust. And I understand the argument coming out every time is, well, that was the previous board and we've got to make up for that. The way you make up for that is by making things right. That is the only way forward. Every person in this room wakes up every morning and decides that they are going to come to work to accomplish. We want to see our students succeed. We want to benefit the district and the population within. We want our students to grow and develop. We wake up because we want to do something, whereas when negotiations drag on for 15 months, we feel like there are people in that process who are just looking for something to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Lisa Marnelli.
Good evening. May I please approach the dais?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. This is to them, all the trustees.
I have to put it down quite a bit shorter. Ladies and gentlemen of the Adelanto School District, Board of Education, Cabinet, and friends and community members, thank you for allowing me to speak today. I'm here to shed light on a pressing issue that weighs heavily on our young students, the California Assessment of Student Performance and Progress, the CASP, which depends heavily on the internet. For our third graders, this is not just another test. It's their first encounter with a high-stakes assessment that can set the tone for their educational journey. We owe it to them to understand the challenges they face. Imagine a group of excited 8 and 9-year-olds bursting with energy and curiosity, suddenly thrust into an environment where they must demonstrate their abilities in reading and math. This is the reality for our third graders as they prepare for the CASP. It is crucial for us to recognize that this is no simple task. Just getting on to the test is difficult. These students are expected to navigate a rigorous landscape filled with complex standards that can be daunting for even the most prepared among them. In reading, our third graders are expected to comprehend and analyze texts across various genres. They must identify main ideas, make inferences, and understand vocabulary in context. But let's be clear, the reading passages are not just straightforward stories. They are often dense and filled with advanced language that can confuse and overwhelm our young learners. Performance tasks require them to synthesize information, drawing from multiple sources to construct coherent responses. This level of critical thinking is a significant leap for a child who is still mastering the basics of reading. Now let's turn to math. The expectations of our third graders are equally complex. They are required to demonstrate understanding in areas such as multiplication and division, fractions, and even basic geometry. The performance tasks challenge them to apply these concepts in real-world scenarios where they must solve multi-step problems, often presented in text form. This can be particularly intimidating for a child who is still grappling with the fundamental skills of arithmetic. Let's not underestimate the emotional toll these tests can take. Picture a child anxious and unsure, sitting in front of a computer, facing questions that seem insurmountable. This is the pressure they face, and it is our responsibility to advocate for them. In conclusion, let's remember that our third graders are not just test takers. They are future leaders, thinkers, and innovators. Let's ensure that their first experience with standardized testing is one that empowers them rather than one that instills fear. Together, we can make a difference in their lives. I just wanted you guys to see, board especially, what these questions look like. And oftentimes that performance task in language arts is a page long, not just a paragraph, which is illustrated there. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Soto, the board calls on Siobhan Long.
Good evening, Dr. Walker, school board members, President Soto, and the rest of the cabinet, AESD families, and staff. My name is Siobhan Long, and I'm an SAI teacher at Mesa Linda Middle School. I teach English language arts, history, and life skills in room 402. For the last 3 weeks, my students have not had any Wi-Fi. Let me give you a snapshot of what that looks like. So they have not been able to use their Chromebooks, and I've had no direct internet connection 80% of the time on the desktop. My students cannot connect to iReady lessons on my path or any path. I cannot do guided practice reading with some of my students because I use my own books. And so unless I type out the text, more work for me and less interesting for the students. My students cannot do accelerated reading and quizzes, which is a linchpin of their independent reading program in my room. I cannot enhance my history lessons with a video here and there. I can't even use the document camera because it freezes. I use a Google Classroom for the majority of my lessons, so I can't use that either the way it was intended. And then how am I supposed to update ARIES, add grades, work on IEPs, see and respond to emails during the contract day if I only have a connection 20% of the time? Many of my students have assistive technology accommodations, which means they require speech to text, text to speech. If I don't have Wi-Fi, I cannot provide those accommodations. My students thrive on structure and routine and predictability. So having to flip-flop between lessons can be destabilizing for them. I teach my students to be flexible, but this situation is pushing even my flexibility to the limit. There is a solution. You need to bring in the hotspots right now, today. My students cannot wait, and neither can I. And you need to be honest and do the groundwork rewiring for infrastructure. So I jump through a lot of hoops every day to provide the best lessons and experience for my students, in spite of everything. I deserve a settled contract, and so do my AESD colleagues. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Soto, the board calls on Natalie Nisio.
Ooh, okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees and Cabinet. If some of you don't know me already, let me introduce myself. My name is Natalie Nisio, and I'm a paraprofessional over at Mesa Linda Middle School. As a former student and current employee of Adelanto Elementary School District, I have seen classified employees stand up here and ask you to consider cost of living when asking for more than 1% off schedule. I'm only 24 years old. Sure, I don't have a family to feed or a mortgage to pay, but I still have bills. I have a car payment, car insurance, rent, and other expenses. Costs are going up. Housing and groceries are also expensive now. Tell me how 1% off schedule is sufficient enough to live comfortably. I'm thankful enough to only have to worry about myself. But if this is affecting me, imagine how it's affecting those with families. Like my mom, who is the secretary at Columbia Middle School. I can't even imagine how it is. Time and time again, we have been shown that our best interests are not taken into consideration when it comes to making these decisions for a raise. Let's also not forget about the $90 insurance cap being offered. With no big raise and no bigger cap on insurance, a lot of people will struggle to make ends meet. So when I turn 26, that's even more money coming out of my paycheck. How am I supposed to enjoy my youth when I have to worry about whether or not I'll have enough to cover my expenses? Sorry. How am I supposed to be independent at 24 with the income that I'm currently making? Please consider us trying to keep up with the rising cost of living when you convene during closed session. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Soto, the board calls on Melissa Ochoa.
Good evening. Sorry, I think I need my glasses. Good evening, everyone. My name is Melissa Ochoa. We've been parenting in the Adelanto School District since 2010. And there's one coming up soon, so. Through the highs, through the lows, through in betweens, we love our Adelanto schools. We love our teachers, our classified staff, all of you. We are full on board with you all. And thank you for all you do and all you have done for our kids and for all our city. We are here to ask you for your participation and help and whatever it takes in showing our teachers, classified staff, and our schools overall the love they need. And by love, I mean money. They need not only to survive, but to thrive. Our teachers work endlessly to provide our children with the best quality education possible. Please provide our teachers and support staff with the salaries, benefits, insurance, funds they deserve and need so that they can stay and we can stay in our districts for our children. And we truly love our teachers. We don't want to lose any more. and our staff, and it's really hard to understand why we have to be here so many times. On the 395, getting the people's attention. I know that you guys, want the best for our children, for our staff, for our teachers. So please do the right thing. And God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Soto, the board calls on Angelique Jolly.
Do we have the 20-minute timer for the agenda going on? Okay, thank you.
Good evening, President Soto, Superintendent Dr. Walker, members of the board, cabinet, and the community. Thank you for being here tonight. We have worked 15 months without a contract, 64 weeks, equaling 450 days. 450 days of showing up, 450 days of putting students first, 450 days of carrying uncertainty that no educator and no classified employee should have to be forced to carry. I stand here not just as a teacher, but as the voice of hundreds of professionals who keep the district moving. Teachers, classified staff, bus drivers, mechanics, working in classrooms, offices, buses, kitchens, maintenance yards, and every corner of our district and every campus. We've been patient, we've been professional, but let's be honest. Patience doesn't pay insurance premiums, hope doesn't pay rent, and dedication doesn't protect our families from rising costs. We have been told to trust first, but trust is not given blindly. It is earned, and in this district, we carry scars. We have lived through broken promises, toxic relationships, and with past boards and administrations, and the contract battles that have left us bruised. Many of us carry what we feel like a kind of PTSD from those years. We cannot simply hand over our trust at the start. It is on this new administration to prove through action that things will be different. Words are not enough. Promises are not enough. If you had looked closely at the district's history, you would understand why we say, show us faithfulness first, and trust will follow. Only then can we begin to heal the damage of the past. Meanwhile, we are being told we don't have funds, but the district's own unaudited financials tell us different. In 24-25, unrestricted revenues exceeded expenditures by $12.6 million. We ended the year at $6.2 million unrestricted reserves, even after setting aside $4.7 million for economic uncertainties. There's over $1.1 million in discretionary funds that could be used for COLA and healthcare. For 25-26, this district is projecting an unrestricted surplus of $20 million. So let's be very clear. The district is fiscally sound. The money is there. And what the other question is, why can't we afford to settle this contract? The real question is, can we afford not to? Over $6 million moved in and out of Fund 14, the Special Reserve Fund, with no clear explanation of what is set aside. Contributions to that fund jumped from $21 million to $23.1 million. These are discretionary transfers, not required obligations. Service of operating expenses ballooned from $16.8 million to $23.8 million, nearly $7 million increase. And still no investment in the people who serve our students every single day. So we ask, why did you pull the lottery money from the school sites? Money that's supposed to directly support the students. Removed without transparency. What message does that send to our staff, to our students, to our communities? We are not asking for luxury. We are asking for the COLA that reflects real living costs, healthcare contributions that ease the burden on our families, the contract that respects our work and reflects the district's values.
Thank you.
Because let's be clear, budgets are moral documents. They reveal our priorities.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
President Soto, we are at 21 minutes. I do have one more speaker.
Okay, that's fine.
The board calls on Damian Johnson.
Greetings, President, board members, administrators, certificated and classified staff.
My name is Damian Johnson. I'm the lead custodian over at Columbia Middle School and the first vice president for CSEA. My little speech is going to go a little different. I had a whole little plan. I was going to have Anthony cue some music, have him play happy. I was going to do a little song and dance, but the truth is, we aren't happy. We show up every day. We walk on campus happy. We show up happy for our administrators. We show up happy for our peers and our students. And the students, they count on us the most. So when we come in, we put on a happy face. We're always happy for them because our energy gives them energy, and we hope that we can, get them through the day. I'm just a custodian, but my energy, I present it to the students so that they can come and feel welcomed and comfortable when they come to school. But we're not happy. We're struggling every single day. Taxes are rising, gas prices are rising, grocery costs are rising, utility costs, and the largest impact recently is our medical insurance is rising. 2 years ago, I finally got into a place where I felt comfortable with my financial status, but as today, I'm not too certain about tomorrow. I've had to pick up a second job. I've even done odd jobs like DoorDash and Instacart just to get gas or groceries for the house. A while back, I had the privilege of meeting with Dr. Walker and some of the other administrators. And at this meeting, a question was asked, what is your why? My response was because I care. I care that our students have a safe and clean space to come in and learn, clean restrooms, clean eating spaces, safe and clean play areas, because this is what I would want for my own children. So if I don't expect less for them, why would I give less? So my question to you all is, what is your why? Why do you want the staff to suffer from the high increase of our medical benefits if you wouldn't want this for yourselves? Because we show up every day happy for the benefit of our students and staff and everybody else in this district. Thank you.
President Soto, that concludes tonight's speakers.
Thank you. Moving on to public testimony. Clarissa's to close session. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
Clerk Kyer, I motion to move to closed session.
Is there a second?
French, I second.
There's a motion to go to close. Any discussion? No discussion. Ms. LeBay, the vote.
Trustee Krause,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Webster, aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
French, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passed. Time is 7:02. We're at closed session now.
Testing, testing.
We can hear you.
Thank you. Also, I've turned off my video. It seems to work better with it off, but I'm here. I'll be here. And at whatever time that I need to unmute, I will unmute unless you want me to keep my mute button off, which means that, you know, the sound would be on, but it's up to you guys, however it works on your end.
That's perfectly fine. Thank you. Test.
Read you loud and clear.
Good evening, everyone. We're reconvening to open session. The time is 5:33. 5:30. I'm sorry, 9:33. You can tell I'm getting tired here. We're gonna call to order, and then we're gonna roll call, and then we'll extend. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus present.
Trustee Webster?
Kyer present.
Trustee LaFrench?
LaFrench present.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart present.
Trustee Soto?
Soto present. At this time, trustees, I entertain a motion to extend the meeting.
Trustee Kyer, I motion to extend the meeting until 10 p.m.
Is there a second? I'll second.
Kraus, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I'll give it to you, Trustee Kraus. Roll call, please. No, any discussion? Okay, roll call.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
Love French, nay.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, name.
Trustee Soto.
So do I. Motions passes. It's been extended to 10 p.m. Moving on to closed session report. There was no reportable action taken during closed session. Moving on to public testimony. Ms. LeBay, do we have any speakers?
We do. The board calls on Candace Davis. Doesn't look like she's here. The board calls on Rhonda Dennis.
Press the little man. All right, there we go. All right, good evening, everyone. Good evening, members of the school board, Dr. Walker, cabinet, and thank you for your time. My name is Rhonda Dennis, and I'm here today not just as a business owner and educational leader of the soon coming Art Dennis Preparatory Academy and Preschool, but as a longtime member of this community and a former teacher at the original George Elementary School, located on the Southern Logistics Airport, formerly the George Air Force Base. The building holds a special place in my heart and is the first school I taught at when I moved to the High Desert back in 2006. And it is in that spirit that I come to you tonight with a proposal to serve our community's most vulnerable population. As you know, Adelanto is a city defined by its young families with over 3,000 children under the age of 5. There is a profound and urgent need for high quality early education, early childhood education. The lack of available licensed facilities is a critical barrier, forcing many families to delay their children's education or worse, go without it entirely. And one of our speakers spoke of it just this afternoon. I've spent the past several months working on my charter petition and planning to open a Head Start program here in Adelanto. Why? Because the need in our community is astounding. With over 3,000 kiddos in this community under the age of 5 and only 2 facilities, each with a capacity of 40, the need is not only there, but it's necessary to fill the gap. So what I am here for, my request tonight is simple, yet it would have a transformative impact. I'm asking for the use of the former kindergarten rooms, the office, and the multipurpose room at the old George Elementary School building and on the logistics airport to house the Head Start program. I am aware that the district has previously stated that this building is occupied by Talion Charter School, which is an online program. As a former principal at Excelsior Charter Schools, which is located right next door, I can tell you that former George Elementary School building has not been physically occupied in the last 2 years. While Talion Charter School provides a valuable service to the community, an online program does not require a physical building to operate. Furthermore, Talion currently has offices where they serve their students in Adelanto on Bartlett, and their main office located on 395 in Palmdale and the Walmart Shopping Plaza. By allowing us to use some of the rooms in this vacant facility, you are not only helping us launch a program that will serve some of Adelanto's most vulnerable children, but you're also demonstrating a powerful commitment to making the most of the resources you have.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, please.
The board calls on Lauren Benson.
Good evening, President Soto, trustees, cabinet, Dr. Walker.
We are hearing from some of our leaders that we have 2 trustees who are not teacher friendly. I find that interesting that the 2 teachers up there are the ones that are supposedly not teacher friendly. The same 2 they are saying are trying to keep our contract from settling. I want to talk a little about some very easy math, if I can. If 2 trustees are the ones holding us back, what are the other 3 doing? The other 3 insist they're here for us and settling our contract is at the forefront. 3 to 2. Wouldn't 3 people be able to sway a vote one way or another? Wouldn't 3 supposed teacher-friendly trustees be able to outvote the other 2? I don't know about you, but I learned the alligator trick in kindergarten. Doesn't the alligator eat the bigger number? 3 is greater than 2? I also heard once that once the board shakeup happened and Trustee Soto became president, things would be settled very quickly. Who isn't telling the truth here? Who isn't being transparent? Who is manipulating our union leadership? Who is telling our leadership that it's Stewart and Love French's fault? Who is making them feel confident enough to tell our membership that Dr. Walker is the one keeping us from settling? Where are they getting this information? We know the trustees have to direct the superintendent. This isn't our first time going through this. We know there is a snake in the grass. We know there is one person that is truly only out for their best interests. I'm sure we can all guess where these lies are coming from. I just ask and implore the other 2 of you, wake up. Wake up. Untie yourself from the lies and manipulation. How clear do things have to be? I can't imagine they could get any clearer. Make it make sense. Stop letting his poison seep through this district. Do the right thing for the people that give their hearts and souls to this district. Settle our contract. Settle all of our contracts fairly. Settle our contracts now. Settle while there's still something to salvage, and stop letting this poison break us apart. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
This is on Zoom. The board calls on Michael Rath.
We do not have a Michael Rath on Zoom.
The board calls on Jose Cuevera.
We do not have a Jose Cuevera on Zoom either.
That does it for tonight's comments.
Thank you. Moving on to the adoption of the minutes. Trustees, I'll invite a motion at this time and I'll move to table. I motion to table the minutes. Is there a second?
Webster, a second.
Any discussion?
Yes, why are we tabling the minutes again?
Okay. So just to answer the question, I'm requesting to table the minutes. I believe that on number 3, RFP presentations, the bullet point that was added needs to be more specific. It wasn't just a discussion. There was a consensus on what the board wanted, and that needs to be reflected on the minutes. That's why I'm requesting to table.
This doesn't make sense. That wasn't supposed to be. We're doing this again, okay? Those minutes, they reflect what happened at the meeting. There should not have been a consensus. There should have been an agendized item for the vote. Here we are again on this issue.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments, trustees? Trustee LaFrench.
I have no comments.
Clerk Heyer.
No comment.
Trustee Kraus.
No comments.
We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Pryor, aye.
Trustee LaFrench?
Nay.
Trustee Stewart?
Nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passed 3-2. The board has taken action to table the minutes. Moving on to number 11, consent agenda. We are taking items 2 through 34. Does any trustee want to pull an item?
Yes, President Soto. This is Trustee Kraus.
Trustee Kraus?
Number 6 and number 16, 1-6. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, trustee. Any other trustees? Okay, hearing and seeing none, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the rest of the minutes.
The agenda.
The agenda, I'm so sorry. I'm still on that.
Trustee Kyer, I motion to adopt the remaining of the agenda.
Is there a second?
Stewart, I
Kraus.
second.
Stewart, sorry.
All right. As there's a motion to approve the rest without approving with 6 and 16. Any discussion? Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passed. Moving back to number 6, Trustee Kraus. I'm sorry. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
Trustee Kraus, I make a motion to approve.
There's a motion to approve. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Any discussion, Trustee Kraus?
No, President Soto. No discussion. Thank you.
Clerk Kyer? Discussion. Trustee LaFrench? No. Trustee...
I have none.
We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus,
Abstain. Kraus abstain.
Trustee Webster,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee LaFrench,
LaFrench, aye.
Trustee Stewart,
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passes with Trustee Kraus abstaining. Moving on to number 16. Certificated administrative new hires. At this time, trustees, I'll entertain a motion.
Stewart, I motion to approve.
Is there a second? I'll second. I'll second it. I'll open it up for discussion. Trustee Stewart.
I support this hiring. I am not the one who pulled it.
Okay, Trustee Stewart or Trustee LaFrench.
There are two positions on here.
For the two individuals that came into closed session.
Exactly. So how are we voting on it?
Apparently together.
What's going on?
There are two positions on here, so we
Uh-huh.
vote on both, or we vote on one, or we vote on both of them at the same time? What about if we don't want to?
Right.
They're on there together.
Yeah, I hear you. Unfortunately, the way that it's designed, or at least formatted, it looks like we either approve both or none. And I didn't obviously, or I may have overlooked this. But that's the way that it's formatted, Trustee LaFrench. Clerk Kyer.
Well, you can't pass me up. I'm not done.
Oh, I'm sorry, Trustee LaFrench. I apologize.
Bouncing.
Yes, Trustee LaFrench.
You have a right to motion to table as well. For it to be split apart and brought back.
I would make that suggestion, or I might not come. That would be my suggestion.
Okay, so I hear that there's a motion to
I
table.
have a motion to table it. It may not. I can't vote on it.
Okay, there's a motion by Trustee LaFrench to table this item. Is there a second?
Kyer, I'll second. I believe we still
President
have.
Soto, you still have that first with Stewart and the second with you. So are we?
we'll do a substitute motion. We'll substitute that motion instead. So that's the right way to do it.
And I'm sorry, that was Trustee LaFrench and who else?
Clerk Kyer.
Webster, got it.
Okay, we're done with discussion. We'll take the vote, please. Or, I'm sorry, trustees, did you guys want to add anything else? Trustee LaFrench, I don't want to make sure I got you.
On a table, it's my understanding we can't have discussion.
Rosenberg Rules of Order will allow discussion for a substitute motion, but if we have none, we'll move forward. Okay, Ms. LeVay, the vote.
Trustee Kraus,
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster,
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French.
Left French, aye.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. The board has taken action to table with Trustee Stewart voting nay. Okay. New business. We got 10 minutes, trustees. We can, all right. I entertain a motion to establish and appoint trustees to the budget committee.
Kyra, I motion to establish and appoint trustees to the budget committee.
Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
Any discussion? Trustee Clerk Kyer?
I do not have any at this time.
Trustee Kraus?
No discussion.
Trustee LaFrench?
None.
Trustee Stewart?
Nope.
Okay, we'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Can we appoint two
Yeah.
trustees?
Yeah, so we have a motion on the floor to approve this. We'll take the vote. If approved, then we'll do the nominations.
Okay.
Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus.
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Kyra, aye.
Trustee La French.
Left French, aye.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. At this time, we'll go back to nominations. At this time, trustees, I'll entertain nominations.
Recall! Kraus, Soto, and Kyer, so we can get some work done on community. Recall!
Order, please. Very inappropriate. All right.
Kyra, I nominate Soto to be one of two members on the budget committee.
Okay, there's a motion to have me on the committee. Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
Any discussion? Trustee Clerk Kyer?
No discussion.
Trustee LaFrench?
Discussion?
Trustee Stewart? Trustee Kraus? I call him already.
No discussion. Thank you.
I have none. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus.
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Kyra, aye.
Trustee La French.
Left French, aye.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passed 5-0. I'll entertain a motion to, I'll entertain a nomination for the second appointee. And I nominate Trustee Clerk Kyer. Is there a second?
Can I respect?
Kraus, I second.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Can I respectfully decline this one?
Absolutely. I actually made that mistake myself.
I don't know numbers.
So I'll rescind my motion, and I'll nominate Trustee Kraus to serve on the budget committee. Is there a second?
Kyer, I second.
Any discussion? Clerk Kyer?
None.
Trustee Kraus?
None. Thank you.
Trustee LaFrench? Trustee Stewart?
No.
We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus.
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Kyra, aye.
Trustee La French.
Nay.
Trustee Stewart.
Aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passed 4-1 with Trustee LaFrench voting no. Moving on to number 2, trustees. I need a motion to establish and appoint trustees to the policy committee. I'll entertain the motion.
Trustee Kyer, I motion to establish and appoint trustees for the policy committee.
Is there a second?
Stewart, I second.
Discussion? None. We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus.
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French.
Left French, aye.
Trustee Stewart.
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto.
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. At this time, I entertain nominations. I nominate trustees Clerk to serve on the committee. Clerk Kyer, excuse me, Trustee Clerk, to serve on the committee. Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
Any discussion? We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVay?
Trustee Kraus.
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster.
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French.
Left French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. With Trustee Stewart voting no, I'll entertain another motion to nominate on the second.
I nominate Trustee Lala French to be on the committee.
Okay, there's a nomination by Trustee Stewart to nominate Trustee LaFrench. Is there a second?
I'll second.
There's a second by Trustee Clerk Heyer. Any discussion? Hearing and seeing none, Ms. LeVey.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Crier, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? LaFrench, aye. Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passed 5-0. And, okay, awesome. Moving on to number
Coffee
3.
date.
I'm sorry?
It's a coffee date.
All right, moving on to the consideration of governance resolution to strengthen board governance, transparency. Oh, sorry, and I know we won't have time to. So I would like to read it, but I won't have time to read this. I'll read it. I'll entertain a motion at this time.
At this time, due to improper formatting and it not having a resolution number, I do motion to table this for it to be properly agendized with a resolution number in proper format.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
Kraus seconds it. Any discussion? I just gotta say, I agree. This should have been done correctly. Ms. LeVey, the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Crier, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? LaFrench, aye. Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes with Trustee Stewart voting no. Moving on to number 4, approval of legal services and contract agreement with BBK. I'll entertain a motion.
Crier, I motion to approve.
Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
Any discussion?
Yes, I do. So,
Trustee Stewart?
I do have a question. So, will we be able to pick the lawyer that works with the board?
From my understanding, yes.
Okay, and then can you explain to me again why the contract is dated, because that's unclear to me.
Got it. Thank you, Trustee Stewart. Yeah, so the date is back, it's a little bit predated based on the conversation that I had with BBK. It's no issue. The only reason why they did that is my understanding is they started working on the contract on that date, but we're not being charged for those services. So that's my understanding.
Can I add?
Trustee Clerk Heyer?
Yeah, in number 2, term consultant shall commence providing services under the agreement on September 23rd, 2025. My understanding is the predate was just to make sure it was over here so we could have it placed properly on the agenda.
Thank you, Clerk Heyer. Anything else? We'll take the vote. Ms. LeVey?
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Crier, aye.
Trustee LaFrench? LaFrench, aye. Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, nay.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes with Trustee Stewart voting no. Number 5, I'll entertain a motion for the MOU.
Crier, I motion to approve.
Is there a second? Soto,
Kraus, I second.
Kraus seconds. Okay, any discussion? Clerk Heyer?
Not quite a discussion. I do want to thank HR and I believe Academic Services for working quite swiftly on getting this MOU out with CSEA so that we can address the crossing guard issue that we are currently facing. So thank you.
Anything else, trustees? Yeah, I just wanted to echo that. I mean, you know, we had agreed unanimously to table this for the reasons that, you know, we wanted the city to also pay their fair share. So the fact that the staff took the lead on this to get something going, and it's going to benefit our employees. I just wanted to echo Clerk Kyer. Ms. LeVay, the vote, please.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passes 5-0. Trustees, we have 60 seconds. We can either extend the meeting or we can go to adjournment. At this time, trustees, I entertain a motion. We either extend or we can adjourn.
Can we move to adjournment?
Okay, there's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Kraus, I second.
Okay. Any discussion, trustees? All right, that's it. Time's up. Let's take the vote. Ms. LeVay.
Trustee Kraus?
Kraus, aye.
Trustee Webster?
Kyer, aye.
Trustee La French?
Love French, aye.
Trustee Stewart?
Stewart, aye.
Trustee Soto?
Soto, aye. Motion passed 5-0. We're adjourned. 10 o'clock.